Well, hello everybody and welcome to Vinyl Treasures. I'm your host, Johnny G. Want to welcome you to the Vinyl Treasure Show. John Galindo here, spinning original vinyl 45's, welcoming you to the April Fools, April 1st, 2023 Vinyl Treasure. Thought I'd tease you and be on a little late there. I didn't want to scare you though, but welcome to the Vinyl Treasure Show. We're here from 9 p.m. till midnight. We're going to do some overtime. I got about 61 records of your requests, mostly your requests tonight, and I want to welcome you to the program. If you're new to the program, just tuning in, please subscribe to my YouTube channel and click the bell to get notifications. You'll get an email when I go live, so that is very, very important to do that. And if you like what you hear, I appreciate if you give me a thumbs up. But we opened up tonight's show with pianist, organist Cliff Driver on the D-Tone label out of Brooklyn, New York, a label out of Brooklyn, New York, D-Tone Records. A song he wrote, it's called Vosart, V-O-S-A-R-T, and Cliff, of course, was the house band to this label, D-Tone Records, who was the DeVores on the D-Tone label, I think. And also Donald Shaw's Neptune label out of Newark, New Jersey. He was also the house band for that label. This is from January 58, Cliff Driver and his orchestra on D-Tone Vosart. Well, enough of my babbling here. I wasted enough of your time. Let's start it off here with the vocal portion. This one is not a request, but I remember hearing this song on the Gus Gossard show sometime in the early 1970s. Actually, I remember taping this. I bought a couple of those cheap cassette tapes from Master's department store, and I had this, the tape decks that you press up the thing and you put it in, and you got a little microphone. Well, I taped this record right off of, I missed the beginning of it, off of the Gus Gossard show, and it's on George Gollner's N record label, and this artist, he's out of Philadelphia, PA. In 1957, he was a winner on the Arthur Godfrey TV show, talent show, and he first recorded for the New York City-based Ace label. That's like a blue label out of New York City, and then had 2 releases on Ace, and then his very next release, he signed with George Gollner's End record label, and this was the release, and this is what I heard on the Gus Gossard show from May 58. Nicky DiMatteo on the End label. It's called Schoolhouse Rock.
Early Monday morning when the kids are back in school, Mr. Clark announces Saturday night to be a ball. Ding dong, Schoolhouse Rock. Ding dong, at the Schoolhouse Rock. Said to bring our 45's, a choice that we may choose. Rather bring some rock and roll to strum and really groove. Ding dong, Schoolhouse Rock. Ding dong, at the Schoolhouse Rock. For me, rock and roll is here to stay, say Betty and Dupree. Ding dong, Schoolhouse Rock. Ding dong, at the Schoolhouse Rock. Talk to me, my lollipop, I beg if you please do. The Book of Love and Bye Bye Elvis, Mary Presley's too. Ding dong, Schoolhouse Rock. Ding dong, at the Schoolhouse Rock. Ding dong, Schoolhouse Rock. Ding dong, Schoolhouse Rock.
That's on George Goldner's End record label there, May 1958 release. Nicky DiMatteo and a group. I'm talking about all the hits of the day, I guess, but I heard that on the show. I collect the End record label, so I had to have that 45. Nicky DiMatteo there. Schoolhouse Rock. Let's continue here. Now, in last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, featured this group out of Brooklyn, New York, a request for Ronnie Sherman. They were called the Young Tones, played the B-side. Ronnie requested the B-side of the 45 of their debut single, on Ben Smith's Extra Records. I played It's Over Now, but this is the A side of the 45, and I first heard this listening to the Gus Gossard Show also, written by the lead singer. His name is Johnny Marcy from 1957. Give a listen to the Young Tones on the Extra label. It's called You I Adore.
Boom, 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 boom.
I love you, you know I do. I miss you, you know it's true. Oh my darling, for it's you I adore. Please come back, oh my darling, do come back, 'cause I love you, and it's you I adore. Since you went away, I'm very lonely, lonely night and day. If you love me, you come back, my darling, when you hear me say, while I'm waiting, my love will burn. Please, my darling, be the return. You know, sweetheart, it's only you I adore. Since you went away, I'm very lonely, lonely night and day. If you love me, you come back, my darling, when you hear me say, while I'm waiting, my love will burn. Please, my darling, speedy return. You know, sweetheart, it's only you I adore. Oh, you I adore.
As Johnny Marcy and the Young Tones there, that's their first of three. Ben Smith's Extra record label, 1957, You I Adore. That is a hard record to find on the original press with the small print. You can pick it up all day long. With the big print, kind of, 15 or $20 maybe, I don't know, but it's hard to find it that way. I know, because Greg Zurich saw me that 45. He said, Johnny, this is really hard to find. You got a nice copy too. Don't ask me how much I paid for it. But they also have another one on the Brunswick label. You know, we count down the music chronologically here on the 50s edition, and this one goes back to September of 1951. I have been featuring this group with a flood of requests by this group over the last month or two, and been featuring their side. So on Jubilee, this is the first one though that I'm playing on the RCA record label. They signed with RCA in early 1949 to have 17 releases through 1953. Now, listener Jim Lampley requested their 10th release for RCA. Now, this is originally this tune dates back to 1938 from the musical production I Married an Angel. By request for Jim Lampley, these are the four tunes from September 51 on RCA Records. And the title of that musical, it's called I Married an Angel. For Jim.
Have you heard? I married
I'm sure that the change will be awfully good for me. Have you heard? An angel I married, to heaven she's carried this fellow with a kiss. She's sweet and gentle, so it isn't strange when I'm sentimental. She loves me like an angel. Now you've heard I married an angel. This beautiful change will be awfully good for me. She's sweet and gentle, so it isn't strange when I'm sentimental. She loves me like an angel. Now you've heard I married an angel. This beautiful change will be awfully good for me.
Early sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to Jim Lampley in Texas. The four tunes there, September 1951, that's on the RCA record label. It's called I Married an Angel. I wish I did. I wish I did, as we continue here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Let's move into 52 now with the flip side from last week, as I featured a request for Daniel Kubacki last week. He requested the Four Jacks, their first of two on Sid Nathan's Federal label. It was called You Met a Fool. Let's give a spin to the flip side here before it goes back down in the no humidity basement, and features the bass of the group, Ellison White. He's on lead. This is from May 1952, the Four Jacks on the Federal label. It's called Goodbye Baby.
Goodbye, baby.
Bye, baby.
Daddy's got to go.
Goodbye, baby.
Goodbye, baby.
Goodbye, baby.
Daddy's got to go.
Bye, bye.
Bye, bye, baby.
Goodbye, baby.
Bye. Goodbye, baby. Daddy's got to go.
Yes, I'm leaving, and I'm going to stay. Since you've done me so wrong, I'll be on my merry way. Well, baby, I wonder how I could be so blind. Yes, I really wonder how I could be so blind. You did me so bad, you like to drove me out of my mind.
Out of my mind.
Took love for a plaything, you broke every rule. You got me drinking black coffee and I'm nervous as a fool. You shouldn't ought to done it, pretty baby, don't you know? Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pack my bags, get far away from you. Well, I'm going to the station, I'm going to the track, I'm gonna catch that train and I ain't coming back. Warm as a heater when I had my goal, but the money ran out and your love turned cold. You're gonna miss me, baby, when I'm gone. Ain't no use to cry. There's nothing I can do but smile and say goodbye.
Goodbye, baby.
Bye-bye, baby.
Daddy's got to go.
Goodbye, baby.
Goodbye, baby.
Bye-bye, baby.
Daddy's got to go.
Bye, baby.
Bye-bye, baby.
Bye-bye, baby.
Bye-bye, baby.
Bye, baby.
Daddy's got to go.
Bye-bye, baby.
Bye-bye, baby.
Bye, baby.
Daddy's got to go.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, baby.
Bye, baby.
Bye-bye, baby.
Bye, baby.
Daddy's got to go.
Bye, baby.
Bye-bye,
Bye, baby.
That's the sound of the Four Jacks here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one, they're their first of two on the Gold Top Federal label, Sid Nathan's Federal Records there, May 1952. Goodbye, Baby. It's not Goodbye, Baby, not till about 1 a.m. tonight. If you got to stick around, so sit back for the next 3 or 4 hours. Got some cool 45s, all originals out of my collection. Really can't promise everything is mint, unfortunately. Wait till I get to that Coast to Coast 45. Didn't pay a lot of money for it, but I couldn't find my mint copy. Couldn't find 2 requests for tonight, so those of you that are looking for those 2, I will find them. They are in my mess of 45s. Let's continue here, and we stay in 1952 with a request for Daniel Kubacki. Now, this is the group's 8th single on Bess Berman's Apollo record label. Now, prior to this, they recorded on the Apollo label as the Southern Harmonaires and also as the Five Larks. But here they are just as the Larks, and it features the lead singer Eugene Mumford on lead. We like Eugene Mumford here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. I know many of you do. This record charted number 7 on WAAT in Newark, New Jersey. This is from February 52. By request for Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room, the sound of the Larks on the Apollo label. It's called Stolen Love.
Darling mine, how you deceive me. You spend my love for someone new. You may go, but before you leave me, let me say these words to you. Stolen love will bring you sorrow. It will bow your head in shame when you play with fire. Trouble you borrow. Stolen love is a losing game. Stolen love will bring you sorrow. It will bow your head in shame
That's going out to Daniel Kubacki, The Sound of the Larks, Eugene Mumford and the Larks. February 1952 release on Bess Berman's Apollo Records. Stolen Love is the name of the tune. The other side's good too. Daryl, you mentioned it. Next week we'll play the flip side of that, so tune in next Saturday night. We continue here. Let's move into 1953 now with another flip side from a request from last week. I featured The Sound of the Robins for listener Bob Evans in Ohio. The group's second of six for the RCA label called All Night Baby. Listener Daryl Letts in our YouTube chat room asked if I could play the flip side. Definitely will do that. It features Grady Chapman on lead. This is for Daryl, April 1953. The Robins on RCA. It's called Oh Why for Daryl.
Oh, why?
Tell me why.
Why do you treat me like you do?
Like you do.
You made me love you like a fool.
Like a fool.
Now you tell me we are through. Oh, why?
Tell me why.
Why did you come into my life?
In my life.
And told my poor heart a lie.
Heart alive.
Now you leave me alone to cry. Oh, can't you understand the things we had planned for years and years to come? It's so hard to believe that you would break my heart the way you love me from the start. Oh, baby, why?
Tell me why.
Does everything happen to me?
Happen to me.
I'm always left behind.
Left behind.
With the blues all the time.
Oh, can't you understand the things we had planned for years and years to come? It's hard to believe that you would break my heart from the way you loved me from the start.
Oh, baby, why?
Tell me why.
Does everything happen to me?
Happen to me.
I'm always left behind.
Left behind.
With the blues all the time.
That's my request for Daryl Letts there. Daryl Letts, the great Sound of the Robins, Grady Chapman and the Robins, April 53 release on RCA Records. Oh Why is the name of the tune. That's their second of six for RCA. Of course, you know, also the Orchids recorded that for King Records a couple of months after this release. I think I have that. I have played that here on the program. I have that on a 45 and a 78. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. If you're new to the program, we have a new listener in our YouTube chat, Clay E. Alberlick. If I said it right, Clay, you can mail me your emails or for requests at vinyltreasures@aol.com. That'll be the best way to do it. Get them over to Charlene. She helps me, Charlene Whiteside, in our YouTube chat room. She helps Johnny G with the research, and she maintains a database of all songs that I have played on the program, dating back, Charlene, let's go back to well, I've been doing the show here. Well, I've been doing the Vinyl Treasure Show since 2005, but I think on YouTube only since 2015. And it was kind of shaky in the beginning, but there's a bunch of shows on there, go way back, and I use different webcams and different methods of doing the show with different types of streaming services, and then I eventually ended up with the OSB system. That's how I do it. That's how I program. I have the webcam attached to an OSB program that then links into YouTube. That's how I do it. Now, this webcam isn't the greatest as far as focusing goes, but I got to try to get it in the middle. These webcams, they will get better as time goes on, so we'll see as we progress through the show. But anyway, let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures, and we move into 1954 now. This is a request for Jimmy Amato. I know Jimmy's in the chat room there. I saw him earlier. Now, the lead singer of this group was previously a member of the Four Buddies, actually the lead singer of the Four Buddies on Savoy Records, but after he left the group, he formed a new group, and in 1953 they were called the Barons, and they recorded 2 for the Decca record label. I think I played their first either a couple weeks ago. I think I featured their first, but this is their second. It features Larry Harrison on lead, and I like this record too. It goes out to Jimmy Amato, October 54, the Barons on Decca. It's called Forget About Me for Jimmy.
Never know, my dear, what you've done to me. Caused me tears and great miseries. But I hope you are happy. Hope you are pleased. You should just forget about me. You said I was evil, so mean and unkind. I was the cause of bad things on your mind. So I hope you are happy. I hope you are pleased. You should just forget about me. You said it was my fault. I was always being caught doing whatever was wrong. But for a few little thrills, with the flame of your will, you gave me a bitter pill, darling. To you, I know this may sound strange, or say what you may, but my love will not change. So I hope you are happy. I hope you are pleased. You should just forget about me. Darling, to you I know this may sound strange, do or say what you may, but my love will not change. So I hope you are happy. I hope you are pleased. You should just forget about me.
As going out to Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room, the sound of the Barons, Larry Harrison and the Barons there, October 1954 on the Decca record banner. Decca Records, not all pop records, some great tunes like that. Forget About Me is the name of that one. We continue here. We stay in 1954. Now, on the March 4th, 2023 show, I played a request for listener Bob Evans in Ohio. He requested the Spaniels, their fourth release on Vivian Carter's VJ record label. It was called Let's Make Up. And I featured that for Bob on the March 4th show. Pookie Hudson on lead for that side. Now, listener Daryl Letts, and I think Butch Ford in Hawaii, asked to listen to the flip side here. That does not feature Pookie Hudson on lead, by the way. The lead singer on this side is Willie C. Jackson, and he also wrote the tune. So we'll send this one out to Daryl and Butch in our YouTube chat room, September 1954. Give a listen to the Spaniels on Vivian Carter's VJ record label. It's called Play It Cool.
She want with it. I said, give me a light. She said, look here, daddy. Don't you forget. A light's no good without a cigarette. Yeah, so Mary, she says, Willie, Willie C, do you love me? Do you really? Do you really? Do you really love me? How many more years will it be before yes, I can smoke? You know my paw balls jumped out my pocket, got on a camel, rolled across the Chesterfield. Daddy pops more gold. They say it's just a lucky strike. Now they all stand back and play it cool. Yes, play it cool. That's right. Everybody. And play it cool.
That's the sound of the Spaniels there, not with Pookie Hudson on lead. No, that's Willie C. Jackson on lead, September 1954 on VJ Records. Play It Cool is the name of the tune. That's going out to Daryl and Butch. Now, Marvin and Butch say that was the A-side. Amazing, because, again, there was no way for me to hear any of this music on the radio back in the day, especially this time. This release, September 1954? No way. It was another 4 years before I was born, but that was the side that they were playing on the radio. Very interesting. That after that, the flip side, Let's Make Up, is the one that's been played on most of the programs here. Very interesting as we continue here on Vinyl Treasures. Let's stay in 1954 here. Now, on last week's show, I played a request for Mike Sate, who was in our YouTube chat room. He requested the 4 tunes last week, their 5th of 15 on Jerry Blaine's Jubilee record label. It was called L'Amour Toujours l'amour. Now, this week, Mike requested the flip side, and he's sending it out to George Tompkins and Jimmy Amato. And this is actually a cover tune. This was first recorded by Savannah Churchill, and they didn't know the group because the four tunes, they did back up Savannah Churchill also, but she recorded it in 1950 on the Arco label. But the four tunes return from October 1954. This is from Mike Sape for Jimmy and George. The four tunes on Jubilee and their rendition of the tune Don't Cry, Darling.
Don't cry,
Don't cry,
darling, don't cry, darling, and I'll come back to you. You know, darling, you're my only darling, and no one else will do. Don't worry your head. Close your eyes. For every so long doesn't mean goodbye. So please don't cry. Darling, don't cry. Darling, and I'll come back to you.
As by request from Mike Sape in our YouTube chat room, that's going out to Jimmy Amato and George Tompkins, the sound of the four tunes, October 1954. That's their 5th of 15 on the Jubilee record label. Don't Cry, Darling is the name of the tune. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel. Once I get to 1,000 subscribers, I'll be doing specials here during the day, and I'll still, this spot will always be dedicated to vocal group harmony from the 50s and early 60s. That is a fact. But during the day, I may do like specials on groups, or we'll do a countdown on an R&B station, stuff like that. We might different genres, maybe some blues, or we'll do some. There's a lot of guys in the chat room that like the teen group sound, things like that I'll play, that I have in my collection. I got a lot of records in my collection, so please subscribe and give me a thumbs up if you like what Johnny G is doing. Let's continue here now. And another 45 I played last week was by Earl Curry and the Blenders. Came out on the R&B label. It was a request for Ronnie Sherman. It was called I Want to Be With You, and it was listener Evan Blatt, who I just seen that entered the chat room. He requested the flip side. I have this on a perfect 78. This 45, a little questionable on how some of those West Coast 45s play, but I have a nice mint 78, and I got it in a trade with Glenn Fousel. He used to work for Louis Silvani in the Dobbs Ferry store, actually before, when leaving Louis, when was doing mail order out of the Bronx, New York, and I would go into the store, but he collected Beatles stuff, and I picked up 3 LPs at like a church sale, not too far. I think it was in Pleasantville, New York. I used to go to those sales when I had no money and I had some time on my hands. And I bought, they were 5 cents a piece, 5 or 10 cents a piece for 3 Beatles albums. It was Tony Sheridan, Tony Sheridan and the Beatles. I think it was the Beatles' second album, and then the Beatles versus the Four Seasons without the poster. He wanted those LPs, and he traded me about 478s and a little bit of cash for those LPs. And this record that I'm playing got a nice mint 78. Braden, you have this set on a 78. But this is for Evan, Earl Curry and the Blenders, November 54 on the R&B label. It's called Late Rising Moon for Evan.
The moon, the sun, they shine for you. The moon, the sun, they shine for you. The late rising moon, the early rising sun, they're in the heavens, but not just for fun. Darling, here's what they have done. What they have done. The late rising moon, the early rising sun, they let me know you're the only one, darling. I'm in love with you. In love with you.
God put the moon in the heavens. He put the sun there too. He didn't put them there for me. He also put them there for you.
The moon, the sun, they shine for you. The moon, the sun, they shine for you. The late rising moon, the early rising sun, they light the heavens for each and every one. So darling, say that you love me too.
That's by request for Evan Blatt there. That's Earl Curry and the Blenders, November 1954 on the R&B record label. Late Rising Moon is the name of the tune. I first heard that on the Time Capsule show. That's the first time I heard that. I would jot that down on my want list. Of course, it was there for a number of years. I even remember getting lists out in California. I didn't even know what to do with them. They were like, and they were from the Mariano Brothers. I still have those lists, and it was like, do I bid? It was like minimum bid $2.75, minimum bid $4, and that was a lot of money back then, like in 1979 or 1980. At least for me to bid on the 45s, but I'd buy any 45 for $1 today. I mean, Group Harmony record that is, but you don't find them out there anymore unless you go to a garage sale or a tag sale. You may be lucky, but it was always fun to find 45s in the wild. I can tell you that much it was. And I know there's a bunch of young collectors in my YouTube chat room, so stick with that, and I'll give you more hints. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. We continue here, and let's stay out in California. This time, John Dolphin's Lucky record label. This is the Hollywood Flames now. This is a request for Daniel Kubacki in our chat room. It's their first of 3 on the Lucky label. It features David Ford on lead. Now, the interesting thing about this record is the writer credit on this. The writer on this is Lummy Fowler. Of course, if you know, Lummy Fowler would later own the Lumtone record label. I think began maybe in 1959 or 1960. Lots of cool records on the Lumtone label, but he wrote this tune, released in March of 1954, going out to Daniel Kubacki, the Hollywood Flames, on Lucky. It's called One Night with a Fool.
I gave you my life, my soul, my all. You know I please you, why treat me cruel? Do you miss the thrill? I still recall that one night with a fool, roughly caressing and kissing me. You were as stubborn as a mule, but your lips were ecstasy. That one night with a fool, I thought I were tired of you, but when I tried to close the door, each time you looked at me, each time you touched me, I wanted you more and more. Oh, come here to my open arms. The weather outside is getting cool. I'll have to close them to keep you warm. That one night with a fool, I thought I were tired of you, but when I tried to close the door, each time you looked at me, each time you touched me, I wanted you more and more. Come here to my open arms. The weather outside is getting cool. I'll have to close them to keep you warm. Again one night with a
That's the first of three on the Lucky label there by request. For Daniel Kubacki, David Ford on lead there, March 1954, One Night with a Fool is the name of the tune. I remember buying that record. I was at a Waterbury, Connecticut show. I used to drive up to Connecticut, had some collector friends up in Connecticut like Al Bernard, a couple other guys that I used to know in the Connecticut, Sal Artigliano, I used to see him up there, a couple others, a couple of the dealers also, and Jerry Smith used to set up, and he was from Boston. I think he was a big New England Patriot fan, and he used to set up there, used to pick up records, and it was always fun. Unfortunately, he died in a head-on collision. It was shocking to find that out. Lots of my suppliers of records have unfortunately passed away, but I have so many of their records in my collection, especially Jerry's there, and he sold me that 45. And he was, when you young collectors out there, there, when you find a dealer you like that can work with you, especially if you're a big buyer, and you'll know when they gravitate toward you and they supply you with the records. Those are the dealers you want to stick with. And I miss some dealers already. Spence Wooten was one that would supply me with thousands and thousands of 45. Greg Surik, who just passed away, his burial was today in New Jersey, and supplied me with records. It's funny talking with some of the other collectors, the big time collectors that I know that are still buying. It's like, who are we going to go to buy records? I mean, you can still go. John Tefteller has a big auction that he does. There's always eBay. You can find some of the guys that just deal in Group Harmony or things of Group Harmony, but I don't buy on eBay because I don't want to pay the sales tax. So I'll buy privately, but I'll sell privately too. But anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here. We move into 1955. This is a request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. This group, they're out of Philadelphia, PA. They won second place in a 1954 Apollo Theater Amateur Hour show. And in the audience, label owner Herman Lubinsky, he was in the audience. He just happened to be there that evening, and he would sign the group to his Savoy record label. They would have 3 releases on Savoy Records. Now, Gordy requested their 3rd release. It features George Tinley on lead. This is from April 1955. Let's give a listen to The Dreams on the Savoy label. It's called I'll Be Faithful. This is for Gordy.
I'll be faithful forever and ever, dear. I'll be faithful, faithful to you. No matter what may come, I'll always stand beside you. When days are dark, I'll take your hand and guide you. I'll be faithful. You'll always be in my heart. Always love you, just as I do. There'll be no other lips, no other arms but yours. I shall be faithful, faithful to you.
Darling, there'll be no other lips, no other arms but yours.
I shall be faithful, faithful to you.
As by request for Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room, the great sound of The Dreams with George Tinley on lead. April 1955 release on Savoy Records, I'll Be Faithful. Now, after Savoy, this group signed with Al Silver's Ember record label. They recorded as Kenny Esquire and the Starlights. They had 2 releases on the Ember label. Tinley also embarked on a solo career in the early 1960s, releases on Ember, Herald, Parkway, and I think even later on on the Juan label in the later 1960s. Talking about, I can't remember the first collector 45 that I bought. It was probably in some auction for like some $3 or something, because I didn't have a lot of money to bid. But I do remember the first record that I paid 4 figures for. That I do know, and it was the Ebb Tides on Teen. That was the first, and it was like, it was difficult to give up that money because I was working as an accountant at the time, and I was making decent money, and it was, well, Johnny, I really need to get this amount of money for this record. And I said, well, I want that record, and it was, there was another copy that was offered to me for $500, but it was wrecked. This one was better, and I said, okay, I'll take it. Then the next record that I paid, which was $500 more than that, was the 5 Scalders on the Sugar Hill label. That's a rare 45. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in 1955. This is a request for Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room, and Dave requested a B-side to the Harp Tones on High Weiss's Paradise record label. The A-side was called Life Is But a Dream, and we're going to tune, and this side, the B-side here, and I think also the A-side, written by Raul Sita, but it's not Willie Winfield on lead. He's not doing lead on this. This is Jimmy Beckham on lead, and Jimmy Beckham, he was previously the lead singer of the Majors that recorded on the Derby label. So this is going out to Big Dave, June 1955. The Harp Tones on the Paradise record label. It's called You Know You're Doing Me Wrong. This is for Big Dave. As going out to Big Dave Swinger B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Those are the harp tones. That's the B-side to Life is But a Dream. It's called You Know You're Doing Me Wrong, June 1955 on the Paradise label. Jimmy Beckham on lead for that one. We are in 55 here. We count down the music chronologically here. If you're new to the program, we are in the 1955 section here. And up next, a request for Gordy Freeman. This group, they're from Harlem, New York. First recording for Eddie Heller's Rainbow record label in 1952, but they left Rainbow to sign with High Weiss's Old Town record label. But then owner Eddie Heller did put out one more single by the group on his Rainbow label, subsidiary of Riviera Records, and it features, or maybe they were on Riviera first and Rainbow, but it features Wilbert Yankee Paul on lead. This is going out to Gordy Freeman. These are the Five Crowns. The Five Crowns from March 1955 on the Riviera record label. It's called You Came to Me. This is for Gordy.
Journey, you came to me. Yes, and I was alone. You came to me with joy and song. Life would be complete if you remain. If you remain. Well, let it be a dream in my heart. It seems you came to me. Bum, bum, bum. I took you in my loving arms. I swear, yes, I love you. My heart is mine and yours to have. I swear, I love you. Well, let it be a dream in my heart. It seems you came to me. You came to me. I was alone.
March 1955 release there for the Five Crowns. Five Crowns on the Riviera record label. You Came to Me is the name of the tune. That's going out to Gordy Freeman in our YouTube chat room. This was, Evan, I think you mentioned it, also second pressed on the Rainbow label as the Duvals. That was the copy I first had. I still have that copy. And sometimes I'm like, do I really need to keep these multiple copies here of these records or these second presses? I don't know. We'll see. April Fools, Johnny G. I was telling Charlene I was going to say to everyone tonight that I was going to end the show tonight, and this was going to be the last show, but I can't really do it, not with the response I'm getting. I was going to do an April Fool's joke and say this was going to be the last final. Imagine if this would have been the last Vinyl Treasure show. I just wasn't going to do it anymore, and I was going to sell out my 45's. And, I'd be inviting people to come over here to look at my records, so you're all welcome to come. No, that's April Fool's anyway. Let's continue here on the Vinyl Treasure show. Now, here's a request for listener Jimmy Amato in our YouTube chat room, as this group, No, I messed up. Yeah, this group originally from Omaha, Nebraska. They first recorded as the Sultans on the Duke record label. Then A&R man Henry Glover, A&R man for King Records, he heard them singing in a nightclub and lured the group to sign with Sid Nathan's King label, and they would have 2 releases on the label. Now, Jimmy requested their second, and the lead singer on this side here is Eugene McDaniels, and I think he was under a different name, though, but Charlene put no, maybe it was Eugene McDaniels. Have to see the bio here. I thought it was a different name. But of course, that's the same Eugene McDaniels that would go on to record for Liberty Records. You may know the song 100 Pounds of Clay. Well, that was a big hit for him, plus others. But he sang with this group, the Admirals, and he's on lead here. So this is for Jimmy Amato, March 1955. The Admirals on the King label. It's called Give Me Your Love. This is for Jimmy.
Give me your love instead of all those heartaches. Give me your love, why must you make me cry? Although I thrill each time you hold and kiss me, somehow I feel each kiss could mean goodbye. Give me your love from now until forever. Turn off the rain and let the sun break through. Instead of tears, instead of all those heartaches, give me your love, and I'll give mine to you. Although I thrill each time you hold and kiss me, somehow I feel each kiss could mean goodbye. Give me your love from now until forever. Turn off the rain and let the sun break through. Instead of tears, instead of all those heartaches, give me your love, and I'll give mine to you. Give mine to you. Give me your love, and I'll give mine to you.
Those are the Admirals there, going out to Jimmy Amato, March 1955 release on the King record label, Give Me Your Love. That's Eugene McDaniels on lead for that one. Now, the group also backed up other King recording artists like Kathy Ryan and also Bubba Johnson, who I featured last week. I think Joe Shekatano requested Drop Me a Line. The Admirals backing him up on that one. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. I think I said that on Wednesday when I did my soul show on Wednesday night at 9 o'clock. I do a soul show on Oldies and More Radio. We'll be joining Oldies and More at midnight tonight. But I said, and I remember somebody typed in, because my mother watched, it was the first time my mother was trying to get to some website, and she said she randomly came up onto my show, and it was the first time she watched the show live. I mean, she would hear it, she would hear tapes of my show, but she was reading all your chat. So Grace and all you, be careful what you write. My mother is watching the chat. She's probably doing it now. Anyway, we continue here. Let's go to the Bronx, New York now for this great group. This is a request for Gordy Freeman. It's on Joe Davis's JD record label. This is their third of 4 on the JD label. It's their follow-up probably to their best known record. I mean, maybe their most common record, or their record, how do you put it, their I usually have a best known for, I guess, their second release on JD, which was called Smoke From Your Cigarette. But this tune written by the lead singer, her name is Lillian Leach. We go to February 1955 by request for Gordy Freeman, Lillian Leach and the Mellows on JD Records. It's called I Still Care.
My darling, you're leaving me. Don't go. With tears in my eyes, you couldn't know how much I care, or else you'd realize I love you, I need you, I want you to be mine. Oh, yes, it hurts me to know that we must part. I'll always have a memory here in my heart. I pray one day you will return and say to me, I still care. I miss your tender touch. I need you oh so much to drive away my fears and kiss away my tears. Well, my darling, won't you come back and give my heart a chance to prove how much I want you and the thrill of our romance. Please come back to me and say, darling, I still care. Darling, I still care.
That's a great sound of Lillian Leach and the Mellows, and that one plays nice. Some of these JDs, they don't play so well, but that one plays nice. That's by request for Gordy Freeman, February 1955. That's their third of 4 on the JD label. Lillian Leach and the Mellows with I Still Care. Johnny G still cares. I play my original vinyl 45s every Saturday from 9 to midnight right here on YouTube. Let's continue here, and let's stay in the Bronx. Let's move into 1956 now with this request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room that this group first recorded as the Starlings on the Josie record label, also releases on Dawn Records. Then, with the help of WINS disc jockey Alan Freed, he was instrumental with getting them signed to the MGM record label. They changed their name to the Twilighters. They had 2 releases on the on the MGM label. Timothy requested their second. It features Bill Lindsay on lead. This is from February 56. And I like this record too. I think Butch, you like this also. The Twilighters on MGM. This is for Timothy. It's called Half Angel.
You're only half angel, 'cause there's a devil in your heart. You've been unfaithful from the start. Why must you do what you do? Though you're just half angel, you're all I'm ever dreaming of. The only one I'll ever love. Why must you be so
I wonder, my love, where you wander. Each night I'm lost in the gloom. Well, you go where you please and leave me to freeze alone, alone, all by my own in my lonely room. Oh, half angel, I miss you so when we're apart. Though you're a devil in your heart, half angel, I love you. Why? Though you're a devil in your heart, half angel, I love you.
As going out to Timothy in the YouTube chat room there. Those are the Twilighters, February 1956. That's their second release on the MGM record label. Half Angel is the name of that tune. Butch, I wonder if I have your copy, because I got to check, because I still have I kept all my sheets of paper of all the 45s that I've ever purchased at record shows, on set sale lists, on auctions. I mean, I got a whole file cabinet full of all of them. One time I wanted to total what I paid, and I couldn't do it, because just buying from Spence one day, I'm like, what did I spend? Like $37,000 in 1 month for records? I says I just couldn't do it, and they were big records too. I mean, it accumulates. It accumulates. Even $20 records, you add them up. Five $20 records are $100. I'm telling you, it is an expensive hobby. You have to understand. And my father was like, what are you buying all these records for? They're not going to be valuable. I said, but they're valuable to me. It's the pleasure I get out of playing them. Not that I was saying that it was going to be an investment, but they were an investment, because when I started buying them when I was a teenager, they have gone up in price, maybe sometimes too much. But anyway, it's what you could afford, and how much you like a record. Because listen, a record could be worth $1,000 today, and it might be worth $50 the next day. It's if somebody wants it and somebody's going to pay for it, then they'll pay what they want for it. The same thing like I do. I'll bid on a record how much I really like that record compared to some other records that I have, and I'll try to get the record. But sometimes it doesn't work out. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue here. We are 1956. Got a girl group sound up next, and it's a request for listener Ronnie Sherman, and it's on Jerry Winston's Onyx record label, another label that I collect. I think I have everything on the Onyx label except one of the later releases, like one of the final releases on the label, I think. But I do have everything on Onyx, but it's the only release by this girl group. They're called the Joyettes, and both sides of this are written by Esther Whitaker, and I'm guessing that she's the lead singer of this group. So this is for Ronnie Sherman, July 1956, the Joyettes on the Onyx label. It's called Story of Love for Ronnie.
He'll take you in his arms, then break your heart. break your poor heart in two. He'll make you cry your heart out night after night, and then he will implore you to say it's alright. That's the story. That's the story of love. The story of love.
Girl group sounds here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to Ronnie Sherman. They're called the Joyettes. July 1956 on Onyx Records. Story of Love is the name of the tune. Greg sold me that 45 sometime in the early 1990s on the Onyx record label. We continue now. We are in 1956. Now, on the March 11th, 2023 show, I played a request for listener Kenny Mack. Where is Kenny Mack? I didn't see Kenny Mack in the chat room there, but it's the only release by this group called The Crescents. It's on the Joyce record label, a label associated with Al Brown, maybe even part owner or owned the label. Joyce Records probably owned it, but Kenny requested Everybody Knew But Me. But it's a great two-sided 45 in my opinion, so let's give a listen to the flip side before it goes back down in the no humidity basement. This is December 1956 on the Joyce record label. This is the same label that the Crest did My Juanita and Sweetest One, Joyce Records. This is called You Have No Heart. These are the Crescents.
You have no heart. You have no heart. If you did, we'd never part. The story's old, and it is new. You have no heart. You have no heart. What can I do? What can I do? You know I'm so in love with you. You hurt me so. Why I'll never know. You have no heart. You have no heart. When you told me that you love me, yes, you love me. In my eyes, well, you knew all the time here that you were telling lies. So now we're through. Oh, yes, we're through. And there's nothing that I can do. You hate me so. Why I'll never know. You have no heart. You have no
That's the sound of the Crescents there. I threw that in because I was going to file that back. I said I can't do it unless I play that side there. December 1956, You Have No Heart. It's on the Joyce record label. We continue here. We are in 56. And speaking of Kenny, who requested the flip side of that a few weeks ago, this is a request for Kenny as we stay in Brooklyn, as this group had two on Bobby Robinson's Whirling Disc record label. Another great two-sided 45, by the way. Now, Kenny requested the Jump side, and it features Herman Montgomery on lead. And Kenny wants to send it out to all of you guys and gals in the YouTube chat room. If you saw my copy of this, that is the cool-looking Monarch press of that record, the Whirling Disc record label. I know Big Dave Swinger might have picked there. He did. He picked up on it. He knows his labels there. November 1956. My aunt used to like this record, but actually the flip side better. But she liked this side too because she used to sing it all the time. The LP is behind me too on the floor. You can see it. November 1956 for Kenny Mack, the Continentals on Whirling Disc. It's called Fine, Fine Frame.
I can't get over the things I used to do. With a four-leaf clover, I made my wish for you.
You are my fine, fine frame. Yes, I feel far burning once again. My one desire tells me like a friend. You are my fine, fine frame. Oh, you are my fine, fine frame. Don't you realize you came and made a change? When you walked in, you set my soul aflame. You are my fine, fine friend. Oh, the world knows I love you. I'm always thinking of you. Every minute, every hour, every day. I can't forget about you. Can't live without you.
Please don't go away.
Oh, you are my fine, fine friend. I wish that I could make you feel the same. I can't deny I'm happy once again with my fine, fine friend.
Please don't go away.
Oh, you are my fine, fine friend. I wish that I could make you feel the same. I can't deny I'm happy once again with my fine, fine
As by request for Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room, the sound of the Continentals. Herman Montgomery on lead, November 1956 on Bobby Robinson's Whirling Disc record label, Fine, Fine Frame. Kenny sending it out to all you guys and gals in the YouTube chat room. Stay tuned next week for the flip side. It's called Dear Lord. We can't put that one back until we play the flip side as we continue here on Vinyl Treasures. And let's stay in 1956 here with a request for Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room. This gal, her name is Lori. I think is it Jai? Or is it might be pronounced high, like highlight. It might be Lori High, pronounced Jai. And she recorded two on Bob McGee's Rim label out of New York City. Now, this 45 actually kicked off the Rim label for some reason, as this was reviewed in the February 18th, 1956 edition of Cashbox magazine, and they made a comment. They mentioned that another new firm makes its bow. So, meaning that Rim Records was new. This was their first release on the Rim label. It's from February 56. This is going out to Frank Cassie. I think it's Lori High, pronounced it, but it's spelled Jai. It's on Rim Records. There's a group backing her up. It's called Hold Me Close for Frank Cassie.
Hold me close with all your might. Let me be your one delight. I am yours, so darling, hold me close. Love me now as I love you. Take my dreams, make them come true. Dreams come true each time you hold me close. Your lips impart such heavenly bliss. My heart's on a carousel. You breathe sweet magic into each kiss, and now I'm under your spell. Won't you hold me close in your caress? Let me be your happiness. I am yours forever. Hold me close. Won't you hold me close in your caress? Let me be your happiness. I am yours forever. Hold me close. Hold me close. Hold me close. Hold me close.
February 1956 release there for Lori High, pronounced or spelled Jai. That's on the Rim record label. That's by request. For Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room, Hold Me Close is the name of the tune. That's her first of two on the Rim label. Johnny G holding you close to the turntable here, spinning these cool 45's out of my collection. Let's go back to Brooklyn, New York, as this group is a favorite here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. First recording for the Derby label, then signed with Phil Rose and Lou Sprung's Glory label in 1955. Their second release was their signature song and biggest hit. You know the song. It was called Soldier Boy, and listener Ronnie Sherman requested their sixth release on the Glory label, and it features Jimmy McGowan on lead. This is their sixth of 8 on Glory Records, May 1956. These are the Four Fellows on Glory. It's called Darling You. This is for Ronnie.
You know you are my princess, and I am your king. Words can't explain it all, but you're my everything. I love you, I love you, darling you. I've dreamt a million dreams or more, tried to make my dreams come true. Nothing's ever happened before. Suddenly I found you. I love you, I love you, darling you. angel of my prayer. There's no one to compare. My dreams of you are in the past, and I'm holding you, darling, at last. You set my soul on fire, dear, with your kind and loving ways. You are my one desire, dear. For the rest of my days, I love you. Oh, how I love you, darling, you. You're the angel of my prayer. There's no one to compare. My dreams are in the past, and I'm holding you, darling, at last. You set my soul on fire, dear, with your kind and loving ways. You are my one desire, dear. For the rest of my days, I love you. Oh, how I love you, darling, you.
That's going out to Ronnie Sherman there, the sound of the Four Fellows, Jimmy McGowan and the Four Fellows, May 1956 on Glory Records, Darling You. Remember the first time I found this record, it was a bicentennial year. I was a senior in high school, and in the town that I live in, there we had the General Motors plant and Fisher Body plant. So they were planning on having a gigantic flea market. I mean, they had this humongous parking lot, and it was always cool to ride your bike there because it was a big open space. And I had a banana seat. I think it was called the Stingray, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, they had this big flea market, and my grandmother just lived. Her house was like right above on the hill, so you can overlook the plant. So I went down there with my bike. It was early, it was like 6 o'clock in the morning, and people were setting up. So I'm walking around, and somebody takes. I asked for 45's, but the guy goes, "No, I don't have any 45's, but I have 78's. So I says, "Okay, I'll take a look at the 78's. How much are they?" He said, "Well, they're 15 cents a piece." Now remember, this is 1976, and the first record on the top was that one on Glory on a 78. But he had all cool records. He had stuff on Old Town and Apollo, and what other labels? A whole bunch of other labels, Savoy and Federal. I mean, there was a stack of about 30, and I bought them all. And it was Ruth McFadden and the Supremes. It was all cool stuff. But I didn't know anything about the records I was buying. The labels looked great, and that's why I like looking at 78 labels, because I think they're so cool looking. Johnny G babbling on here. Let's continue now. And on the March 18th show, I featured a request for listener George Tompkins, this group out of Philadelphia. They were called the Keystoners, but their masters were recorded originally for the G&M record label, and they were sold to Epic Records, and their first release was called The Magic Kiss. That came out on G&M, and Epic re-released it with a different flip side, and George requested the B-side of that. It was called After I Propose, and that one there featured Norman Smith on lead. Now, he called me up, I think a couple weeks after that. He told me last week, "I didn't hear you play my record," because he wanted to hear the flip side of the 45. He wanted to hear The Magic Kiss. And then he went on to tell me that, he goes, "Did you listen to your Magic Kiss, your flip on the Epic label? Because you have the promo." And I said, "Yeah." And he says, "Well, I would bet you that promo is the exact same cut as the G&M cut." And then he went to say that the stock copies, or the certain stock copies, are a much faster version, and it's easily identifiable. And I was like, well, I never compared the two. So I don't know if anybody out there has the yellow stock copy on Epic of the Magic Kiss that can verify it or not. But I don't know who he said. He said that they picked the wrong master number for the stock copies. It's possible, but he wanted me to play this and send it out to him. So this is going out to George Tompkins. I'm playing it on Epic. We'll hear a little bit of the G&M side, but I think they're the same. But you could be the judge. We're here on Epic here because this was recorded for G&M Records. These are the Keystoners from November '56. With Norman Smith on lead. The song is called The Magic Kiss. This is for George.
Oh, darling, tell me what can this be? Tell me what's wrong with me. Why must I always bleed for your kiss? My heart beat fast. Don't know if I can last. Cause you are so divine. You drive me out my mind. If I could hold you tight, squeeze you with all my might. Cause you're the one I miss. And you have got the magic kiss. Oh yes, the magic kiss. Hey, baby, when you're in my arms and I melt into your tongue. Oh, darling, you know I love you so. I'll never let you go. I need your love so bad, it's about to drive me mad. I know that I can't go on, baby, since you're gone. Left me, darling dear, eyes all filled with tears. Oh, so sad and blue, I know I can't go on without you. You've got the magic touch, the touch I miss so much, the touch I really miss. And you have got the magic kiss. Hey, baby, when you're in my arms and I melt into your tongue. Oh, darling, you know I love you so. I'll never let you go. You've got the magic touch, touch I miss so much, touch I really miss. And you have got the magic kiss. The magic kiss. Oh, darling, tell me what can this be? Tell me what's wrong with me. Why must I always bleed for your kiss? Makes my heart beat fast. Don't know if I can last. Cause you are so divine. You drive me out my mind. If I could hold you tight, squeeze you with all my might. Cause you're the one I miss. And you have got the magic kiss. Oh yes, the magic kiss. Hey, baby, when you're in my arms and
So I'm not going to play. I think they sound identical. So Big Dave Swinger mentions that the repros. So the repros maybe were kind of sped up a little bit. That's a possibility. So that's why maybe it's not the stock copies. Maybe it's the repros of it that don't play well. I guess Big Dave, that would probably be the case, right? Because you would think that Epic wouldn't make that mistake. I could understand somebody putting it out, speeding it up a little bit when they recorded it. That's the possibility. So anyway, I wanted to do that comparison because somebody was telling me, oh, they're different, but they sound the same to me. Johnny G back babbling on here. Let's continue here as we are in what year? We're still no. We're moving to 1957 now, and we go to Chicago, Illinois for this next group. It's a request for Frank Cassie. Actually, Frank requested both sides of this record. We're gonna play. We're gonna put a record in between. We're gonna flip it over here. But this group out of Chicago, this is their fourth overall release, came out on Sid Nathan's Federal label. Of course, they had their first release was on the Chance label, also records on Blue Lake and States. I have all those 45, have featured them here on the program, but I think this is, well, besides the Blue Lake, which I think I like, I don't know, I can't, it's a toss-up between the Blue Lake and the Federal, but both sides of this record are excellent. The tune written by group member Jesse Stafford, and it features Johnny Chubby Jones on lead. This is from July 1957. We're going to send it out to Frank Cassie. The 5 Chances on the Federal label. It's called My Days Are Blue for Frank.
Oh, my dear, my days are blue.
My tears are the rivers that empty in the sea. I give you all my love. Oh, do the same for me. Oh, my days are really so blue. Darling, just go.
My days are blue.
They wouldn't be so blue, darling, if I knew where to find you. My days are
That's the great sound of the 5 Chances by request for Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room. That's Johnny Chubby Jones on lead, July 1957. On the Federal record label, Sid Nathan's Federal Records, My Days Are Blue. I featured, that's probably the best copy I have on the stock copy, the green stock copy. I won that at a John Tefteller auction a long time ago, and I had a promo copy that was okay, and then I picked up another one. So I have 2 promos and a stock on that record. Johnny G needs his head examined, but we're going to flip that over right after this next request, and this is a request for Daniel Kubacki. Now, last week, Daniel requested the El Capri's on Joe Auerbach's Phoebe Records out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He requested the ballad called Your Star, featured Eddie Jackson on lead. He requested the flip side of this. It features Leon Gray on the flip side. He co-wrote this side too. This is for Daniel, July 1957, the El Capri's on Phoebe. It's called Dance All Night.
I wanna dance all night with this heavenly girl. I wanna see her spin. I wanna see her whirl. I wanna hear that music filling into my heart. I wanna tell her I love her and we never part. If I could hold her so close to me, if I could hold her, I could dance all night. I wanna see that rhythm in her dancing feet. I wanna tell her I love her and she's so sweet. Oh. If I could hold her so close to me, if I could hold her, I could dance all night. I wanna hear that music filling into my heart. I wanna tell her I love her and we never part. 'Cause I could dance all night. 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 I could dance all night.
July 1957 release there for the El Capris. It's going out to Daniel Kubacki in our YouTube chat room on the Phoebe record label Dance All Night. Last week I featured Your Star. We continue here, and let's go back to that 5 chances. We're going to flip it over here for Frank Cassie in our YouTube chat room. July 1957, Johnny Chubby Jones on lead. This is a great two-sided 45 going out to Frank. The 5 chances on Federal. It's called Tell Me Why.
A smile, not even a sigh. But darling, please tell me why. Oh, you left me. Didn't even say goodbye. Write me a letter and explain why. Please tell me why. Well now, darling, treated me, darling.
It's a low down, dirty shame, yeah. Please tell me why.
As by request for Frank Cassie there. That's a killer record for sure. Both sides. Killers there, July 1957, the 5 Chances on the Federal label. Tell Me Why, the flip side of My Days Are Blue with Johnny Jones on lead. We continue now. We stay in 1957. This is a request for young collector Joel Chandler. Of Joel Chandler, Mr. Zenith is in the chat room there as we go to Best Berman's Apollo Records. This group formed at Charles Evans High School in Manhattan. They are a favorite here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. This is the B-side to their second of 4 on Apollo Records, written by the baritone of the group, Bobby Thompson. It features Alton Campbell on lead. This is from June 1957. Let's give a listen to the cellos. The cellos on Apollo Records. This is going out to Joel. It's called Under Your Spell.
Do, do, do.
You came in my life and broke my heart in two. I'm under your spell.
That's the great sound of the cellos there, going out to Joel Chandler, June 1957. Alton Campbell on lead. That's on Best Berman's Apollo Records. Under Your Spell is the name of the tune. I see that Braden McCallow, he has a 78 of that. I do too. And which I don't want to say recently, I'd say within the last 4 years, picked up the 78 on that. I bought a bunch of 78s from a historic radio show too, by the way. I will not say what, but I was glad to get those 78s in my collection. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in 57, and here is a request for Joe Shacatano. This group is out of New Orleans, Louisiana, and the interesting thing is about almost all their releases came out on West Coast labels. Their first release came out on Imperial. They recorded as the Melodrops back in 1954. I have that 45. Then they did 2 on Aladdin, and then Joe requested their second of 3 on Art Roop's specialty label. It features Clarence Phoenix on lead. This is from December of 1957. Let's give a listen to The Monitors. The Monitors, it's on Specialty Records. This is for Joe Shacatano. It's called Closer to Heaven. As by request for Joe Shacatano, the sound of The Monitors there. That's their second of 3 on the specialty record label from December 57, Closer to Heaven. Clarence Phoenix, the lead singer on that. They also recorded as the Moonbeams in 1958 on Sapphire Records. Maybe you have it also on the Checker label. And the Signors, the Signors on the Sue label back in 1962. What is that? May I Have This Dance? I think that's the record. Johnny G drawing a blank here. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. Let's go to the Bronx, New York, with this request for Big Dave Swinger in our YouTube chat room. This is an integrated vocal group, a white Jewish lead singer by the name of Paul Himmelstein, and they were known as the Heartbreakers. They had 2 releases on the RCA subsidiary Vic Records. Big Dave requested their first, co-written by the lead singer, his name Paul Himmelstein. This charted number 4 on WILY in, where is it, Charlene? In where? It's from February 57. February 57, the Heartbreakers here on the Vic record label, going out to Big Dave Swinger. It's called Without a Cause.
If love was made for two, what would I do? I think I'd be lost. Now, darling, promise me one thing, that you'll never leave me without a cause. I know that I'd be lost without you. A love like yours is hard to find. So darling, promise me one thing,
that you will keep keep this thought in mind.
If love was made for two, what would I do? I think I'd be
that you will keep this thought in mind.
Darling, promise me one thing, that you'll never leave me without a cause, without a cause.
As going out to Big Dave Swinger there, Paul Himmelstein, and the Heartbreakers there on the Vic record label, Without a Cause, from February 1957. I like the flip side of that too, called 1-2 I Love You. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Got to say hello to Chipper in our YouTube chat room. Chipper, I heard that you weren't feeling well. I'm hoping that you're doing well, and thank you for asking. And all the people, all you listeners that email me asking me on my parents, they are doing well, that I can be up here playing my records and they can get their medicines, they can get into their bed, they can do things on their own. My mother can only go up the stairs halfway, but she's got to work on it a little bit more. But my father can get up the stairs, but they're doing well. I mean, I'm lucky to have them here after battling COVID, and they're still on the blood thinners. They're going to have to be on them till I think at least June. But they are doing well. They are. Thank you for those of you that are concerned about my parents, and especially you, Chipper. And I am praying hopefully you are doing well. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. We are in 1957. Got a few more to go, a couple more in 57. This is a request for listener Nat Papagallo down in Florida, Naples, Florida. The group is from Cleveland, Ohio. They ended up on a Farmington, New Jersey label called Tress Records. Now, the lead singer of this song is Charles Hatcher. Does anybody know who Charles Hatcher is or what he did in the 1960s? Well, in 1966, he had a big hit on the Rick Tick record label, a soul record called Stop Her On Sight SOS. But Charles Hatcher is really Edwin Starr. But he was 15 years old singing lead with this group called the Future Tones. This is for Nat Papagallo, 1957, the Future Tones on the Tress label. The song is called I Know.
That's
As by request for Nat Papagallo there, that's a rare 45 on the Tress record label out of Flemington, New Jersey, 1957. The group, though, is out of Cleveland, Ohio. They're called the Future Tones. Future Tones, a song called I Know. That's with Charles Hatcher, a.k.a. Edwin Starr, on lead, but a young Edwin Starr, 15 years old on that 45. Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes. We have two more in 1957. And as we go to Bridgeport, Connecticut, although this label started out in Bridgeport, Connecticut, but then it later relocated to New York City, 1650 Broadway. This is a request for listener Jim Lampley, and I don't know much about this artist. His name is Billy Marsh, but he has a group behind him. I think they're called the Mellotones. Somewhere I read that they were called the Mellotones, and this is the first of two he recorded on the Arrow label from May 57. Billy Marsh on the Arrow label for Jim Lampley in Texas. It's called Run and Tell.
My darling, run and tell your father and mother. Run and tell your sister and brother. Then, honey, run on back to me. Them all of our romance, dear. Tell them all of our plans, dear. Then, honey, run on back to me. You can tell of the man it took for you to make up your mind. You can tell of our troubles and cares that we are leaving behind. Oh, my darling, run and tell your father and mother. Run and tell your sister and brother. Then, honey, run on back to me. You can tell of the many days it took for you to make up your mind. You can tell of our troubles and cares that we are leaving behind. Oh, my darling, run and tell your father and your mother. Run and tell your sister and brother. Then, honey, run on back to me. Run and
As Billy Marsh on the Arrow record label, May 1957 release. Run and Tell is the name of the tune. That's going out to Jim Lampley in Texas. We continue now. We are in 57. Here's a request for listener Kenny Mack as we go to Philadelphia, PA now, as this group signed with Al Silver's Herald Records back in 1955. They had 6 singles on the Herald label. You know their biggest hit. It was their debut single called When You Dance. Now, Kenny requested their final release on the Herald label. This tune co-written by the lead singer. His name is Al Banks, and I don't know if Big Dave Swinger noticed I have the California press here, and yes I do, but this is from November 57. These are the Turbans, Al Banks and the Turbans on the Herald record banner. This is going out to Kenny Mack. It's called Congratulations.
Congratulations on your new love affair. Congratulations on your new love affair. You have my best wishes and a sincere prayer, and I hope he loves you as much as I do. Congratulations, though it's almost too late. You said you'd be faithful, but you just couldn't wait. And I hope he loves you as much as I do. Our love couldn't last, and I have no regrets, for I cared too much, and you cared much less. But darling, though you're gone, you're still my pet. That's why I'll never forget all of those moments were just faded memories. And I pray to heaven down on my bended knees that he'll be faithful and he'll always be true. Congratulations to you. And all of those moments were just faded memories. And I pray to heaven down on my bended knees that he'll be faithful and he'll always be true. Congratulations to you.
That's Al Banks and the Turbans there, going out to Kenny Mack in our YouTube chat room. November 1957, their sixth release on the Herald record label. Congratulations is the name of the tune. Now they have other releases, Red Top Records, Roulette Records, Parkway Records, and I think also Imperial Records. Let's continue here on Vinyl Treasures. Move into 1958. This is a request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. We go back to Brooklyn, New York. This is actually my favorite tune by this group out of Brooklyn on Thomas Robinson's Angletone record label. And for you collectors out there, the original has a typo on the label. They left out the S. It just says the Phi-tone, but it should be the Phi-tones. And the first time I heard this record, and I ended up buying it, of course it wasn't a great copy, I went to a Montvale, what's the hotel in Montvale? There was a hotel in Montvale, New Jersey, which is close to where Johnny G is. They used to have a record show there, and that's where I think I first met a local group of collectors here in Westchester County. They were there, and Eric Ashton had a setup. He was selling records, and he had 2 records. He didn't want to sell me the Cosmic Rays because I think he was going to sell that to Greg, who was at the show, but he ended up selling me this one, and it didn't play well, and I ended up getting multiple copies. My DJ copy of this plays well, but my stock copies, they don't play well. It's like recycled vinyl for some reason. I don't know, but it's just, I'm not happy with the sound on these stock copies. But I love the record. It is written by the lead singer, Lloyd Davis. He's on lead. This is for Timothy. Let's give a listen to the Phi-Tones from May 58 on the Angletone record label. It's called You'll Be the Last.
Some people search for love all their lives, not knowing when it comes along. But darling, you're the one I desire. I know with you I can't be wrong. You know I've had other loves many times in the past, and though you're not the first I've loved, darling, you'll be the last. I've been a fool, such a fool, taking life much too fast. And though you're not the first I've loved, darling, you'll be the last. I'm sure that you know all that I've been through. And darling, my past will show how much I've needed someone like you. I never want to escape from the spell that you cast. And though you're not the first I've loved, darling, you'll be the last. I swear, my darling, you'll be the last.
As by request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room, that's Lloyd Davis and the Phi-Tone. No, the Phi-Tones there, May 1958 release on the Angletone record label, You'll Be the Last. It was funny because Eric Ashton was singing. He put the record on and he started singing loud, so everybody was listening to him. It was kind of like a karaoke type thing that he was singing to the record. And interesting person, alas that he passed away, but Eric Ashton, he was like a famous bowler. He was a famous bowler, and that wasn't his real name. An interesting thing about Eric Ashton. Anyway, Johnny G here on a Saturday evening. Let's continue here. Let's go back to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania now with this request for Rick in Philly. You know this group. They have a classic song from 1956 called Come Go With Me. That was a 45 my aunt purchased. What was 1957, I think. Yeah, but she had it on the Dot label. It came out originally on Phoebe Records. I'm sure, Marvin Pod, you probably bought that 45 when it came out. Did you get it on the Dot label? Probably Phoebe was probably just local in the Pittsburgh or Philadelphia area, and Dot was all over the United States. But the members, all the members except Crip Johnson would sign with Mercury Records. And their contract with Phoebe was not binding because they were all underage except Crip Johnson. But when the Phoebe contract expired in December of 1957, Crip did unite with the other Del Vikings that were recording for the Mercury label. And he did sing lead on the last two singles that came out on the Mercury label. One was You Cheated, doing the Shield cover of the Shields' You Cheated, and the other was this release, their final release on Mercury that Rick and Philly requested, and it was co-written by David Clowney, you know him, aka Dave Baby Cortez. This was their 7th release on the Mercury label, their final release on Mercury from October 1958. The Del Vikings with Crip Johnson on lead on Mercury for Rick and Philly. It's called How Could You? That's going out to Rick and Philly in our YouTube chat room. That's Crip Johnson and the Del Vikings. That's their final release on the Mercury record label from October 58. Song entitled How Could You? I like that record. I do. That's a good one, Rick. Thanks for requesting that one. As we continue here, we are in 58 now. Last week, I played a request for Ronnie Sherman on Leon Renee's Class record label. It was by the Blenders. The song was called Little Rose. It featured Sammy Vance on lead. He also wrote the tune, and he also wrote the flip side, I'm pretty sure. Yes, he did. And this is a request for Darrell Letts. Darrell Letts requested the flip side from September 58. These are the Blenders on the Class label. It's called My Heart's Desire for Darrell.
Told you once and I'm telling you twice. You make me feel so nice whenever you let me hold your hand. You make me feel so grand, cause I love you. You're my little heart desire. Whenever your lips are coming close to mine, you make me feel divine. Whenever you hold me tight, oh, my heart's in a flight, cause I love you. You're You're my little heart desire. My little darling, I love you most of all. And I want you, and I need you so dearly and sincerely. I kiss you once, I kiss you twice. I'm in the paradise, oh, heaven is not so far away. Your kiss is here to stay, because I love you. You're my little heart desire. My little darling, I love you most of all. And I want you, and I need you so dearly and sincerely. Oh, I kiss you once, oh, I kiss you twice. I'm in the paradise, heaven is not so far away. The kiss is here to stay, 'cause I love you. You're my little heart desire. You're my little heart desire.
As by request for Darrell Letts, April 58, the Blenders there. Sammy Vance on lead, the Blenders on the Class record label. My Heart's Desire is the name of the tune. We are in 1958. Let's go to this request for Nat Papagallo down in Florida there. After the four fellows on the Glory label dissolved, group members Larry Banks and Al Williams and Pringle Sims, ex-member of The Strangers, and Milton Bennett recorded as the Companions, and this was their first release that came out on the Dove label. It features Milton Bennett on lead. This is going out to Nat Papagallo in Naples, Florida, October 1958. The Companions on the Dove label. The song is called Falling.
Falling, can't help it, dear. I started falling. The moment you came near, all of a sudden, there I was in love with you. Can't you hear me? I am calling. Down on my bended knees I started calling. Please put my heart at ease. I've given my soul to you. Now tell me what else can I do? Walked around with my head in the clouds, but lately, yes, lately I find that no matter what I do, I keep thinking of you, and I just can't keep you out of my mind. Please tell me you're falling. As I have felt for you, my darling, oh my darling, tell me that you love me too, my darling, as I love you. Please tell me that you love me too. Darling, as I love you.
As going out to Nat Papagallo Down in Naples, Florida, the sound of the Companions there. Milton Bennett on lead, October 1958 on the Dove record label, a song called Falling, the tune written by Larry Banks, who would add a female singer, Bessie White, to the group, and she would become the lead singer with their next release that came out on the Brooks label. You also might have it on the Federal label. It was called I Didn't Know. She would also marry Larry Banks and record as Bessie Banks, and she had the original version of Go Now that came out on the Tiger record label. Bought that 45 from Chris Ciccone, the late Chris Ciccone, years and years ago. We are 1958. You all know this group from Newport News, Virginia, first recorded for the Aladdin record label. This is a request for listener Joe Shacatano, and he wanted to hear this release on Capitol. It features Rudy West on lead. This is from July 1958, and these are the Five Keys, Rudy West and the Five Keys on the Capitol label. For Joe Shacatano, it's called Emily, Please.
Emily, Emily, please, please, Emily, 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 please, please, Emily.
Emily, I gotta know there's no one else but me. Confess no other arms will hold you tight, 'cause you're my heart's shining light.
Oh, Emily,
whoa, 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 whoa. Emily, remind your heart to treat me tenderly. I know that you're an angel from above, but you're the one I love.
oh, Emily, be mine.
Each time your lips touch mine, I'm sure you're in love with me. But then I ask myself, is my imagination playing tricks on me? Whoa, whoa. Emily, with you my life could be so heavenly. We're getting mighty close to, oh, ecstasy. Give me your love, Emily, please.
Oh, Emily, please, please, Emily. Oh, Emily, my Emily. Please, please, Emily. Oh, Emily, sweet Emily.
That's by request for Joe Shacatano, Rudy West and the Five Keys with Dave Kavanaugh's music. That one there from July 1958, the Five Keys with Emily on the Capitol record label. Let's stay in 1958. This is a request for listener Amnon. Now, this song is from one of those budgeted labels, you know, like the Promenade label or Top Hits. Another one is called Discount, but this is one of the better ones that I'm featuring tonight. It's called A Coast to Coast Top Hit Record. Now, these labels would cover all the top hits of the day with basically unknown artists. These labels would advertise on teen magazines, music publications, and even on TV. Now, Amnon requested a cover tune. This was done originally by Little Anthony and the Imperials from 1958. So this is on the Coast to Coast record label, and the condition of this is really bad, so it's kind of rough. I have a mint copy floating around somewhere in the No Humidity basement, but this is by Stanley Brown and His Majestics. It's 1958 on a Coast to Coast label, one of those budget labels, and their rendition of the tune Tears on My Pillow. This is for Amnon. Cover tunes here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there going out to Amnon. They're called Stanley Brown and His Majestics, 1958 release on the A Coast to Coast label. They're doing the Little Anthony and the Imperials tune, Tears on My Pillow. And I do buy these budget things, especially if they're group, group harmony singles that were done by, 50s groups. I have some cool ones like Baby Oh Baby, they covered it by the Shells record. There are other ones. Some are a lot better than others, but a lot of them are the pop, teen things, which I'm not crazy for. But the group stuff I will buy. Yes, I will. Let's continue here. We are in 1958. This is a request for Timothy in our YouTube chat room. This group is from North Philly. They recorded 4 sides for the RCA label. They were featured on an EP, which comes with kind of like a cartoon picture sleeve, but no picture of the group, unfortunately. The EP is called Sputnik Dance, which was also the title of the song they were pushing at the time, but Timothy requested the second song on side 1, which was written by the lead singer. So this is an original composition by Al Turner. Al Turner, it's from March 58. They're called the Ecuadors. The Ecuadors it's an RCA EP, and this is for Timothy. And he requested the song called I'll Be the One for Timothy.
I'll be the one to hold your hand. I'll be the one to make you understand. I'll be your true love, darling, darling, say you do. I'll be the one here to make you mine. I'll be the one to love you all the time. I'll be your true love, darling, darling, give me a chance. Give me a chance. You know I needed you. You know I love you so, my darling, my darling. Whoa, I need you so. You know you broke my heart. You know we should not part. Tell me, what can I do? Oh yeah, I'll be the one here to make you mine. I'll be the one to love you all the time. I'll be your true love, darling, darling, say you do. I'll be the one, the only one for you.
That's going out to Timothy in our YouTube chat. That's a good tune there. The Ecuadors, March 1958. That's the second song on side 1 of an RCA EP. Okay, the Ecuadors with I'll Be the One, Al Turner on lead. Then in 1962, this group would record as the Modern Ink Spots on the Russ label, and also the Cardinals on the Rose label. Now, I need that Modern Ink Spots on the Russ label, so don't request that, but you can request the Cardinals on the Rose label, because I do have that Cardinals release. Anyway, Johnny G babbling on here as we continue. We are in 1958. This is a request for Joel Chandler. I saw him in the chat room there, Mr. Zenith there. And originally, the flip side of this record, a song called Sending You This Letter, was issued by the Tune Masters on the Mark label. The first presses came out on the Mark label, but George Goldner, that was Goldner's label. Mark Records would turn into Mark X Records. But Goldner re-released it on his N label with a different flip. And what he decided to do was he decided to match Willie Wilson, the lead singer of the Tune Masters, with Arlene Smith, the lead singer of the Chantels, and thought maybe they might be able to have a hit, possibly. But that was on the re-release of Sending You This Letter. And it's a tune that they both wrote, Willie Wilson and Arlene Smith. Now, first presses of this came out on End as Willie Wilson and the Tune Masters, and then it was later released as Willie and Arlene. Willie and Arlene. Anyway, I'll show you the copy. I have it as I'm babbling on here. But anyway, this is for Joel Chandler in our YouTube chat room, January 58. I'm playing the Willie Wilson and the Tune Master press on End. The song is called I've Lied, for Joel.
I've lied to you, my dear. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
And I hope that you will forgive me.
Oh yeah.
All the things that I did to you. I broke your heart, and now you're blue. But I'll make it all up to you if it takes the rest of my life. I lied to you. Yes, I lied to you, my dear. Forgive me.
Oh yeah.
And I'll take your hand, then maybe you'll understand that we were made to forgive, you see. Please forgive me. I've lied to you, my dear. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah.
And I hope that you will forgive me.
Oh yeah.
Please, please forgive.
That's going out to Joel Chandler in our YouTube chat room, a.k.a. Zenith Coins. There you go. That's Willie Wilson and Arlene Smith. Willie and Arlene and the Tune Masters, January 58. I've Lied is the name of that one on George Goldner's N record label. Now, on last week's Vinyl Treasure Show, I featured Johnny Ross and a group on the Corvette record label. That was requested by listener Emnon. And the song was called My Dreams Have Gone. And listener Daryl Letts and Jimmy Amato asked Johnny G to flip it over, give a listen to the ballad side, which also features a full group. But the song is arranged and directed by Chuck Tequila Rio, whose real name was Daniel Flores. And he was also a sax player and a writer to the Champs Tequila. And he also penned this tune. So this is for Jimmy Amato and Daryl at September 58. Johnny Ross on Corvette Records. It's called My Dreams Have Gone.
My dreams have gone, they vanished away. Why did you leave me? Why did you go? Needed your love, dear. I needed you so. Oh, darling, please come. Oh, come. My dreams have
years have gone now. What can I say? You left me, darling. Why did you leave me this way? I'll always love you, darling. And I'll keep your love right here in my heart. Please come back. Let's make a brand new start. I need you, darling.
Has gone out to Jimmy Amato and Darrell Letts. That's Johnny Ross and a group. September 58's on the Corvette record label out of California. My Dreams Have Gone. No, they have not, because we're still going to be here for about an hour or two in Vinyl Treasure Overtime. Still have some requests to play, and we're going to be joining Oldies and More Radio momentarily here. Let's move into 1959. I have 3 releases from 59. This is a request for Gordy Freeman. The group is out of the Bronx, New York. They have this lone release on the Decca record label, written by group member Al. I rewrote this, Charlene. DeCecco, I think. No, Al Diaco, I think. I hate when I write it phonetically. Ugh. And it features Ercole Gaudioso on lead. This is going out to Gordy Freeman, November 1958. This is a record I used to hear on Oldies Radio back when I started collecting. These are the treble chords on Decca Records. The song is called Teresa. This is for Gordy.
Bella, bella, bella.
You loved me for a day, then you took my heart away. You said that you loved me, our love would always be. Oh, Teresa, oh, Teresa, my heart belongs to you, heart faithful and true. Teresa, please believe me, I love no one but you. Oh, Teresa, oh, Teresa. Oh, my Teresa.
Bella, 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 bella.
I love you so, my dear. Want you to know, my dear, I would do anything, anything for you. Oh, baby, please be mine. I'll love you till the end of time. Don't leave me feeling all so blue. Sweetheart, come back home. Don't leave me all alone. I know that I'd be true if you would say I do. Oh, oh, Teresa, say I do, Teresa. Oh, my Teresa.
Bella, 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 bella.
I love you so, my dear. Want you to know, my dear, I would do anything, anything for you. Oh, baby, please be mine. I'll love you till the end of time. Don't leave me feeling all so blue. Sweetheart, come back home. Don't leave me all alone. I know that I'd be true if you would say I do. Oh, oh, Teresa, say I do, Teresa. Oh, my Teresa. Oh, my Teresa.
I like that tune. Haven't heard that one in a while. There you go. The treble chords there going out to Gordy Freeman, November 1959. It's on the Decca record label, a song entitled Teresa. As we stay in 1959, this one's for Rick in Philly, as this singer was a member of the Sparks of Rhythm, recorded for Apollo Records, and then became the lead singer of the Pretenders, the Savoys, and the Jones Boys. He also had a very successful solo career, some big hits on the Cub record label like Handyman and Good Timin', but this is a Rick in Philly requested one he did on the Epic label. This one directed by Jesse Dusty Stone. Let's go to September of 1959. Give a listen to Jimmy Jones. Jimmy Jones on Epic Records. This is for Rick and Philly. It's called Whenever You Need Me.
Come to me in the morning. Come to me in the night. Come whenever you need me. Any time is alright. I am still in your corner, even though we're apart. So whenever you need me, you can call me sweetheart. I will be with you, rain or shine. I'll be yours forever, even though you're not mine. If I can't be your lover, let me still be your friend. Come whenever you need me. I'm with you till the
There you go. That's going out to Rick in Philly. The sound of Jimmy Jones from September 1959. It's on the Epic record banner, Whenever You Need Me. Whenever you need me, Johnny G is here spinning original vinyl 45s from 9 to midnight right here on Oldie. Well, we're now joining Oldies and More Radio. We join them at midnight. We're here probably for about an hour or so doing the overtime requests here. So welcome to the program. We continue here. We count down the music chronologically here. I have one more from the year 1959. And for those of you that like gospel music, although to me this doesn't sound like a gospel song, but you can be the judge. This is on Herman Lubinsky's gospel series. He called it Gospel Records. It's out of Newark, New Jersey. It's a subsidiary of Savoy Records. Now, this group had two releases on the gospel label. They were formed by Reverend Nick Hightower, and it's him and his 5 sons. They were also out of Newark, and it features on lead Robert Sugar Hightower, who would later become a non-singing guitarist for another gospel group called the Supreme Angels, and they would have later releases on Nashboro and Peacock Records. But this is from May of '59. They're called the Hightower Brothers. The Hightower Brothers on Gospel Records. It's called After I've Done the Best I Can.
Don't understand.
Gospel 45's here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. They're called the Hightower Brothers. That's their second of two on the gospel label from May 1959, After I've Done the Best I Can. Well, Johnny G is still trying to do the best I can here on Saturday evenings right here on YouTube and Oldies and More Radio. Hope you're digging on the cool tunes. If you're new to the program, please subscribe to my YouTube channel, and I hope you like it, so give me a thumbs up and click the bell to get notifications, but you need to sign in to YouTube in order to do that. Let's move into 1960 now. Now, last week I played a request for Mike Sape on the Wand record label. Charlene's got Elgin here. The song was called this group is out of Hamden, Connecticut. Played the B-side of the B-side of the 45. What was the name of it? Yeah, it's called Let It Be. Oh, jeez. It's called Let It Be. But Mike also requested the flip side of this. Let's see. They're out of New Haven, Connecticut. And in 1960, this was released. Well, this first came out on the Elgin label. It was then released on Florence Greenberg's Wand label as Betty Watts. But on this flip side here, it was a 16-year-old. I don't know. I can't tell you. This is Betty Watts from 1960 on the Elgin label. Last week I played Let It Be for Mike. He requested the flip side. It's called Do Me a Favor. Betty Watts on the Wand label called Do Me a Favor. This is for Mike.
Do me a favor, give me a smile, just let me see you once in a while, because I need you, oh how I need you, you know I do.
As I got caught there, I really did. Sorry about that. Anyway, that's Betty Watts there from 1960 by request from Mike Sape. It's on featured it on the Wand record label. Charlene, you got Elgin here. Unless I have it on Elgin, I don't even know. Do Me a Favor is the name of the tune. Let's continue here. We are in 1960. Let's go back to Brooklyn, New York. This is a request for Emnon. Now, the Dan Lear's final release for Mercury was in 1959. Then the group split up. and their old manager, Danny Webb, was managing a group called the Webtones, and when Jimmy Weston, the lead of the Dan Lears, wanted to continue singing, he joined that Webtones group and created a new Dan Lears group, and they signed with Epic Records for 2 releases. This is their first. This was a number 9 record on WNDR out of Syracuse, New York. Let's go to March of 1960. This is for listener Emnon, the Dan Lears on Epic, Jimmy Weston on lead. It's called I Live Half a Block from an Angel for Emnon. That's Jimmy Weston and the Dan Lears, March 1960. That's their first of 2 on Epic Records, I Live Half a Block from an Angel. I still need their second release. I can't find that second release on the Epic label by the Dan Lears there anyway. And let's stay in 1960 here, and this time a request for listener Butch Ford. Now this group, they're out of Los Angeles, California. They included 3 members that previously sang with the 16's, and they were Kenneth Sinclair, Larry Lewis, who wrote the song, and Jimmy Smith, who is the lead singer on this. And this came out on the Titan label. It charted number 54 on KFXM in San Bernardino, California. This is going out to Butch Ford, listening in Hawaii. Just broke for lunch. This is from July 1960. The Elements on the Titan label. It's called Lonely Hearts Club for Butch.
Do 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 do.
Lonely Hearts Club, here I stand to meet my new love, my old love. Did me oh so wrong, and I'm begging you
darling, and now that I see you, I wanna thank you. Yes, I wanna thank you now. I said I wanna thank you. I wanna thank you now. Yes, I wanna thank you. I said
That's going out to Butch Ford. Butch Ford over in Hawaii, July 1960. They're called the Elements. The Elements there with, who was on lead singer there? Jimmy Smith on lead on the Titan label. Lonely Hearts Club is the name of the tune. They would also record as the Elgins on the Flip Titan and the Lumtone record labels. I have to say, Indrajet, you are listening to Johnny G in England there. It's got to be the wee hours of the morning, no? It's got, what is it, 5 a.m. maybe, possibly? Are the stores open yet? I mean, is it? It's amazing that I got people in England listening. Same thing on my Wednesday night show. I have, because there are a lot of Northern Soul collectors in England, and they were tuning in live to the program. It's amazing there. Thank you, Indrajet, for doing that. Very, very, I'm very impressed. Yes, I am. Johnny G, here we are in Vinyl Treasure Overtime, and up next, a request for listener Nat Papagallo. Now, this group, they're from San Pedro, California. They formed while they were in high school. They were managed by Chuck Markoulis, who also manage a group called the Galahads. Now, this is on Larry Nelson's Night Owl record label, and it's a cover song. This was first recorded by the Moonglows back in 1956 on the Chess label. I like both sides of this record too, by the way, but it features Arthur Lee Sprewell on lead, and this is going out to Nat Papagallo listening in Naples, Florida, November 1960. Let's give a listen to The Chants, C-H-A-N-T-S. And for you collectors out there, the first presses of this are on the red label with silver writing, not the black label. Those are second presses. The red label with silver writing, Night Owl label. It's called, this is the Moonglows song. It's called When I'm With You. This is for Nat.
What makes my heart turn upside down and my head goes spinning, spinning, round and round? It only happens when I'm with you. And as the tears fall from my eyes, and I realize it only happens when I'm with you. As time rolls by, I tell myself that I am living in our wonderland, and I just can't seem to understand. And as the tears fall from my eyes, and never realize it only happens when I'm with you. Oh yes, it only happens when I'm with you.
That's, whoops. Yes, that's going out to Nat Papagallo there. The great sound of the chants. Arthur Lee Sprewell, the lead singer on that, November 1960. On Night Owl Records, When I'm With You. That is the Moonglow song. The flip side is a great rendition of Don Julian and the Meadowlarks, Heaven and Paradise. We'll play that one next week. Somebody, I think Daryl, you requested that one, so that's coming next week. Let's continue here. This group from Harlem, New York. This is for Big Dave Swinger. Of course, they recorded for George Goldner's Gone record label. Their biggest hit was a song called Could This Be Magic, which was a 45. I think that was their biggest hit, national hit, that they did sing on Dick Clark's American Bandstand. That clip is available on YouTube from 1957. But they left Gone Records to sign with ABC Paramount for 5 releases. And this was their first. I think this is their first. This is the B-side to their first. Co-written by the lead singer. I think that's right. Yeah, Richard Blandon co-wrote this. He's the lead singer. The A-side was called Don't Laugh at Me, but Big Dave Swinger requested the flip. It's a great two-sided 45, in my opinion. March 1960, The Dubs. Richard Blandon and The Dubs on ABC Paramount. It's called You'll Never Belong to Me for Big Dave.
Just how much I've really cared. The many times I've started to tell you, and yet I never did. For when you pass me by, and I search for that reason why, my heart answers that you'll never belong to me. My heart answers that you'll never belong to me.
B-sides here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. That one there, the B-side to Don't Laugh at Me, song called You'll Never Belong to Me. That's for Big Dave Swinger from March 1960. Richard Blandon and the Dubs on ABC Paramount Records. Move into 1961. This is a request for listener Kenny Mack. Now, I'm sure many of you are familiar with a group out of Long Island, New York. They were called the Imaginations. They recorded for the Music Maker label. You might know their song Goodnight Baby or Guardian Angel. The lead singer of the group is Frank Mancuso. And he's a Facebook friend of mine too, by the way. But they backed up this gal that recorded for the Music Makers label. They were singing behind her. It's her only release, and it's a song that she wrote. This is from June of 1961. This is for Kenny Mack. Her name is Darlene Day, and the uncredited Imaginations backing her up on Music Makers. The song is one word. It's called Will, W-I-L-L. June 1961 release there for Kenny Mack. That's Darlene Day. Darlene Day and the Imaginations on Music Makers Records. Will, W-I-L-L, is the name of the tune. Let's stay in 61 here. This is a request for Butch Ford, listening in Hawaii, and I really love this next tune. I used to hear it on oldies radio, W-A-R-Y, W-F-U-V. All the stations would play this. This is on Joe Davis's Celebrity record label. We heard a Joe Davis also owned the JD label and the Davis label and also the Beacon label, but this group is known as the Romancers, and I don't know anything else about the group. I wanted to do a little bit more research. This is an old write-up, but sometimes old write-ups, there's new information that comes out, and I sometimes don't get a chance to double-check the information, but it's from May of 1961. This is going out to Butch Ford, the Romancers, on Celebrity Records. It's called No Greater Love.
No love. No greater love than the stars above. Oh, my darling, there's no greater love than what I find in you. No greater love. No kiss. No kiss. Oh, my darling, no sigh. And there never shall be no goodbye. There'll be no greater love. My heart, it's yours to take. Yes, it's yours to keep. Heartbreak
That's going out to Butch Ford there. I really like that record by the Romancers. May 1961 on Celebrity Records. Joe Davis's Celebrity Records. No Greater Love. There's no greater love for this music that Johnny G brings across here to you every Saturday from 9 to midnight. We are in Vinyl Treasure Overtime, and we will continue to get through these requests. And this is a request for Joe Shacatano, who is now in our YouTube chat room. This group is from Jamaica, Queens. They previously recorded as the Belltones on the Hull label, but they signed with George Golner's N record label for one release. And then this was their next release on Lesage, a tune written by the lead singer. His name is George Copman. This is from 1961. Let's give a listen to The Masters. The Masters on Lesage. It's called Crying My Heart Out for Joe Shacatano.
I wait by the phone and I'm crying my heart out. I'm so alone with the heart floating.
Those are the Masters, going out to Joe Shacatano, 1961, on the Lesage record label. They're out of Queens, New York. It's called Crying My Heart Out. Now, there would be a sister group to the Masters called the Masterettes. The Masterettes, who became, by the way, the Exciters that recorded Tell Him. But I got that record. It's a good tune by the Masterettes. Let's stay in Queens, New York with this request for listener Amnon. This is on Morty Craft's A Forum record label. The group consisted of Eddie Savin, Roy Weinstein, Jerry Lubin, and Artie Shaw. Collectively, they were known as the Delrons. This is a rare 45 on Forum. It's from 1961. This is for Amnon. It's called This Love of Ours.
Time goes by each and every day, but my love for you, my darling, will never fade away. This love of ours, this love of ours, this love of ours is a true love affair. Memories of this love of ours. This love of ours. This love of ours. This love of
As going out to Amnon there, the group called the Delrons are out of Queens, New York, 1961. It's on Morty Craft's Forum record label. This Love of Ours is the name of the tune. Greg sold me that record. It's a low-end four-figure record. At least it was when he sold it to me. And that is a rare 45. Let's continue here. Let's go to New Haven, Connecticut with this request for Ronnie Sherman. Now, this group first recorded as the Premiers on the Alert label back in 1958. Then they had releases on Fury in 1960 and Rust in 61. Then they would sign with Al Silver's Ember record label, and they changed their name to Roger and the Travelers. Now, Roger, he's the lead singer. His name is Roger Koob, and this is on the Ember label. This is from September 61, going out to Ronnie Sherman, Roger and the Travelers on Ember, and the song is called Your Daddy's Little Girl.
Daddy's little girl to have and to hold, and such a lovely girl I'd like for my home. You're like an angel, and your daddy's little girl. Daddy's little girl. Our love will always find, as strange as it seems, a place here in my mind where love light should gleam. You're like an angel, and your daddy's little girl. Your love will be the answer to me and to my fond desire. Now all I can do is wait for you to set my soul on fire. Your daddy's little girl, that's what you are. Kiss every night and squeeze her in your arms with all of your might. You're like an angel, and your daddy's little girl. You're an angel, and your daddy's little
That's going out to Ronnie Sherman. That's Roger and the Travelers. Roger Koob, he's the lead singer. September 61, Ember Records, Your Daddy's Little Girl. They would also back up Johnny Maestro on the co-ed label, if you know the song Bessamy Baby. And in 1963, they changed their name one more time to the Frontiers. Cool records on the Philips and the MGM record label. Johnny G winding down here on the 50s and early 60s edition. We are in 1961. This group is out of New Haven, Connecticut. And so were Roger and the Travelers. So we got a twin spin with a group out of New Haven, Connecticut. For many years, people thought that this group was really the Five Satins, but no, they are not. The song was co-written by Fred Paris, who was a member of the Five Satins, but not of this group. This group was known as the Cherokees, and the lead singer on this is Marshall Lassiter. This charted number 38 on WNHC out of New Haven, Connecticut. We go to October 1961. These are the Cherokees on United Artists. It's called My Heavenly Angel.
Man, bomb. Yeah, bomb, bomb, bomb. Angel,
angel, my heavenly angel, my angel. Oh, darling, I love you so. I want you forever, forever, and never let you go. You make all my come true, and I love you.
Man, bomb. Yeah,
My Cinderella, Cinderella, like out of a storybook. I've searched the whole world over. One kiss is all it took. As the stars that shine in the sky, even as the man in the moon. While sitting in my lonely room, my heavenly angel, my angel, I can't believe that you're mine, but it was here in my heart until the end of time.
Man, bomb. Yeah, bomb, bomb, bomb.
But here you are there in my arms until the end of time.
Man, bomb. Yeah, bomb, bomb, bomb.
October 61 for the Cherokees. Cherokees on United Artists. Marshall Lassiter, the lead singer on that. My Heavenly Angel is the name of the tune. We continue here. This next group, they're out of Campbell, Ohio. This is a request for listener Butch Ford. They were named after a failed automobile manufactured by Ford Motor Company. Can you think of that automobile? But they did have a song that was a big hit for them, but not originally, because it also failed when it first came out in 1958 on the Dub record label. But the second time around, it became a big hit in 1961 on High Weiss's Twin record label. You know the song was called Ramalama Ding Dong, but Butch requested a release they did on the Dot label, a tune written by the bass of the group. His name is Marshall Sewell, and it features lead singer George Jones Jr. This is from December 1961. This is for Butch, the Edsels on Dot. It's called Could It Be?
Why don't I feel it when you hold me tight? Why don't I chill when you kiss me goodnight? Could it be that your love is not really real? Why don't I believe it when you say you'll be mine? leading my heart astray. Why is it that I don't believe a word you say? If I could only put my trust in you, I know I would feel the way I do. Answer me, could it be that your love is not really real? Is your love
December 61 release on Randy Wood's Dot record label. Those are the Edsels, George Jones Jr. on lead. That's going out to Butch Ford. Could it be? Could it be? We're winding down here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. Yes, we are. Let's go to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania as we move into 1962 now. This is a request for listener Mnon. This group had 13 releases for the Colpix record label between February 61 and June 62, and the majority of their tunes were covers of old standards, and this one, though not an old standard, this was first recorded by Ella Johnson in 1955 for the Mercury record label. This is from October 62. Let's give a listen to the Marcells. This is by request for listener Mnon. The Marcells with Cornelius Harp on lead, Colpix Records, and their rendition of the tune, All Right, Okay, You Win.
Well, bomb, doobie doobie bomb, do I, yeah, whoa, bomb, doobie doobie bomb, do I, yeah, bomb, doobie doobie bomb, do I, yeah, whoa, bomb, doobie doobie bomb, do I, yeah, do I,
Well, alright, okay, you will. I'm in love with you. Well, alright, okay, you will. Baby, what can I do? I'll do anything you say. Yeah, just gotta be that way. Well, alright, okay, you will. I'm in love with you. Well, alright, okay, you will. Baby, what can I say? I'll say anything you do, yeah, as long as it's me and you. All that I am asking, all I want from you is just love me like I love you, and it won't be hard to do. Well, alright, okay, baby, you will. I'm in love with you, well, alright, okay, you will. Baby, one thing more, if I'm gonna be your man, baby, take me by the hand. Well, alright, yeah, you will. Yeah, yeah, alright, baby, you will. Yeah, yeah, if I'm gonna be your man, baby, take me by the hand.
Those are the Marcells. That's going out to listener Mnon. October 62 release on Colpix Records. All Right, Okay, You Win, with Cornelius Harp on lead. 3 more 45s to go before we sign off here on the Vinyl Treasure Show. This one is a request for Kenny Mack. Kenny, where are you getting these ultra rare requests here out of New York City? This is Ben Smith's a Tarks or Tar X record label is how I call it. He was also the owner of the Extra record label. We featured an Extra earlier by the Young Tones. That was from 57. This is from late 1962. This group recorded under two different names, first as the Ensenadors, and on this release as the Ensenadas. I guess it's a male and female version of the, well, I guess, I don't know. I don't know what they were doing, but it's from late 62. This is for Kenny Mack, the Ensenadas. This is on Tar X Records. It's called Love, I Beg of You, for Kenny. That's for Kenny Mack there, the sound of the Ensenadas. That's their second release on the Tar X record label, late 1962. Love, I Beg of You is the name of that tune. Two more 45s to go before we sign off here on the 50s and early 60s edition. This is a request for Joel Chandler. We head out to California there to the Carmel record label. I'm guessing this record is out of Carmel, California. It's a rare 45. They're called the VIPs. This is not the same VIPs that recorded for the Big Top record label, different group. This is from April 63. Eddie Estrada sold me this 45. It's got a little label tear on it, but it is a rare record from April 63. The VIPs on the Carmel label. This is for Joel Chandler. It's called Fall Guy.
Look at the fall guy. Fall guy. Just gotta cry. Watching him cry.
I love your looks, I dig your style. I go for your crazy smile, but you don't know what I go through. This longing in my heart for you. Fall guy. But deep inside, I know so well I'm just a slave to all your charms.
That's a rare 45 out of California. I'm guessing it's Carmel, California there for that release there. They're called the VIPs. It's going out to Joel Chandler. Did you put the lyrics to that record, Joel? I want to see if you did. I didn't check the list. I should check it to see if it's there. You know, Joel has a knack for putting the lyrics down on paper of a lot of these rare records. So if you want to do karaoke night, you need to, and Joel, you should put that in like a book. You should like go on Amazon and put a book in of the, although I don't know, maybe you got some publishing issues there, possibly. But those are the VIPs. That's for Joel Chandler from April 63 on the Carmel record label, song entitled Fall Guy. That's going to do it. Time for Johnny G to fall. That's going to do it for the Vinyl Treasure Show. I want to thank you for joining Johnny G, listening to these cool 45s out of my collection. If you want to get in touch with me, send me an email. It's vinyltreasures@aol.com. I'm glad to picked up some new listeners tonight, and thank you folks for subscribing to the Vinyl Treasure Show. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers, it's going to be a more dynamic show. Like during the week, we'll do like for some quickies during the week if you're up to it. So Charlene will have like those days off. I'll just be playing some records, but I'll be playing them certain genres of music and maybe some countdowns of some R&B stations that had some cool records on them. If I could get the complete list, because sometimes I'll be missing one or two or whatever, but lots of different things I'm thinking of doing, and you guys gave me a lot of cool requests, so that's the thing. But we got to get to 1,000 listeners. But again, thank you all for tuning in this evening, and I hope you enjoyed the show tonight. And listen, this is really the only time I get to listen to my records and get to groove on my 45s. It really is. It takes me a while to prepare, but I have a routine down pat. My parents are doing well, so I can devote more time to the show. It's always a good thing. I'm going to look at records tomorrow on my way to grocery shop, so I got like maybe a couple hundred records to look through. Maybe I'll pick up some cool things. We shall see. But that's going to do it for tonight, and we're closing the show with a request for Rick and Philly. This group is out of Greenpoint, Brooklyn, and they're not the same Meridians that recorded earlier on the Parnasso label. That's a good tune. This is a different group of Meridians. This is an interracial group from Westchester, New York. Now, we're going to play the A side of the 45. That's what Rick requested. A song called Blame My Heart came out in 1965. It features George Valle, V-A-H-L-E. He's on lead. These are the Meridians on Parnasso for Rick and Philly. It's called Blame My Heart. That's the closer for tonight. Thank you all again for tuning in. Johnny G's going to let you go. It's pretty late. Thank you, Charlene, again for all your help. And again, I'll see you next Saturday night right here on YouTube or Oldies and More Radio at midnight. But we're here from 9 to 1 o'clock. It's been for the last few weeks for all the cool requests that you listeners are sending me. You can send them to me at vinyltreasures@aol.com. You can go to my website, vinyltreasures.net, to download the show or stream it, or just come on back to YouTube. But it's very important to subscribe and give me a thumbs up if you enjoyed what you heard. Anyway, that's it. I'm out of here. Just want to say, everybody, so long for Rick.
If I write you